I chucked what I had in the fridge and left it sit there for a while. Still turned out fine. It's a little bit less green than it usually is. Because the first avocado that I used, which was on the day that I initially cooked the chicken and the bacon and such, was it was greener on the outside than the other ones. So and it does take on a darker tone after you've let it sit in the fridge for a day and a half or 2 days. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Got that set up, got that set up. Yeah, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you my creation. But webcam only, yay. God, I got to clean my room. So, this is basically the end result. You have fluffy, creamy mashed potato on the bottom, and you have a creamy green sauce with chicken, bacon, and onion on top. It's kind of like a family recipe. And it's kind of like mm, it's so good. It's thick and dense. This whole plate weighs a ton. It's basically a heart attack on a plate. But I've been waiting for it for 2 days, so I hope you bear with me. I actually ate some of it without going through the final step of making the cream sauce. So I'll just quickly go through the steps that I took to actually make it. Okay, so basically you start off with saute. I don't know how to spell saute. Saute bacon in a pan at low heat till fat is cooked and no longer soft. Start with no oil in a large frying pan. Wok, whatever you want to use. Add bacon, add onion, and while remaining at low heat, saute till transparent and slight caramelization. Caramelization occurs on the bacon. Avoid excess caramelization. And God, this is too nice. Add a little bit of pepper to it. Pepper's a perfect accompaniment for it. Where have I put my pepper? Black pepper. I have. Oh, there it is, right in front of me. You don't need any salt or anything for this. It's the most amazing thing about it. This isn't black pepper, it's like mixed four pepper. Am I the only one who eats red peppers raw? Like the little red peppers in pepper mix? I'll go through and I'll pick out all the red ones. I'll just quickly get Restream going. Hey Alex, how you going? So I finally got finished cooking. Quickly share. Yay! It's like it's kind of like a family recipe of mine. It's like avocado chicken. So I'm going through like the recipe for you. Yeah. Empress Bessie Bars. Did you hear what they did to the content creators who were creating animations? Fan animations? Like even the guy who makes the text to speech series has stopped. So you start with no oil in a large frying pan or wok. You saute bacon in a pan at low heat till fat is cooked and no longer soft. Saute bacon, small pieces of bacon. So you get cut up Australian style bacon into small pieces. And saute in a pan at low heat till fat is cooked and no longer soft. Add onion, cut onion into rough, small pieces. Saute through like caramelization and all that sort of stuff. And you want to avoid excess caramelization. And once it's like kind of cooked, yeah, I think he was thinking about that's so delicious. He was thinking about making I think it was a story on another IP, one of the free-to-play ones. Or if it wasn't that, he was going to start creating original content. There's been a few rumors going everywhere. So once cooked, add small chicken pieces, thigh or breast. And cook on low heat until all ingredients are cooked. Add chicken stock and reduce down by a half at low heat. Add avocado, cut into small pieces. Continue simmering at low heat until avocado has fallen apart. And what's the next step? Add cream and butter. No butter. I didn't use butter there. Add cream and another avocado or two, cut into small, medium pieces. Simmer and stir until thickened. Because it will thicken. It's kind of a weird thing. It's like, chuck that one back on there. I haven't seen it yet, but what you just said there is exactly what I was kind of thinking. They could essentially just do the same thing that the 3D printing people do, and just name it something else, and they could continue on like that. But I think what's got him up in arms is that he likes the IP, and he's invested an incredible amount of his time into actually making the TTS story, and I don't think he wants to do that. But I haven't seen the 30th episode yet, so yeah. It's been a couple of days since I've done a decent YouTube crawl. And so once you've got the cream, and add another avocado or two, simmer and stir until thickening. Serve on top of creamy mashed potato made with cream and butter. Add pepper to taste. And that's basically when you end up with this one. It is so delicious. It's like it's a family recipe. I came up with it. It's got nothing in it but chicken, onion, avocado, potato, butter, cream, and that's it. Or bacon. Did I say bacon? I don't know. So like no spices or anything. Like the only spice you chuck on it is like black pepper. And it's the most filling, absolutely delicious stuff ever made. I've got enough here that I'll probably only be able to eat half of it. So I uploaded it. But yeah, it's very sad to hear because I think G-Dubs is trying to roll everybody into trying to do the content. I'll just be back in 1 sec. I think G-Dubs is trying to take over all the content so that they can make money off the community that's been created by all these content creators. And let's face it, like a lot of people play WoW. Oh, sorry, WoW. Play Warhammer 40k or Warhammer 40k based games and all that because of the content creator community making stuff that makes them get interested in it. And G-Dubs just comes in. Copyright, copyright, copyright. Ah, you're all ours now. And I can see that a community might still actually exist. Yeah. I can see that a community might still exist. But if he's driving away all the content creators, if that's what G-Dubs is going to do, I mean, it kind of reeks of like Blizzard Activision sort of levels of stupid. It's like their legal team didn't have anything better to do. And I mean, it has become such a huge franchise over the past 10 years. Like 15 years really, since like more exposure was created through games like Dawn of War. I know that's how I was introduced to it mostly. Like my older brother had played a fair amount of Warhammer in his youth. He played the original Warhammer, not Warhammer 40k. And when I was playing like Dawn of War, my older brother's like, "Hey, that's Warhammer. What the hell?" This is back like, God, when was Dawn of War released? Oh, actually, I lie. I did play a couple of the really old hex-based top-down games that were released years and years before it. So that was released in 2004. I think it was let's see if we can find it. I'm actually kind of surprised that they don't have Okay, so they got all that. It wasn't Mark of Chaos, so it was way before then. Ah, there we go, that's why. Final Liberation? Yeah, I think it was Final Liberation. Yeah. So that was back in, what, 2000 and... or 1997. Yeah. Maybe. What got me into D&D was Planescape Torment. So Planescape Torment got me into D&D. That was probably the first D&D game that I played, and I also read all the books. So like all the Drizzt Dark Elf Drow books, and also obviously before that I was reading like stuff like Dragonlance and everything. Not to mention my favorite author, debatably my favorite author now because it's been such a long time since I've read any of their books, but Raymond E. Feist, who did the Mid-Kemia setting based on a game that was very similar to D&D. He actually basically lifted it from a D&D clone, made his own universe, and away he went. Oh god, this stuff is so filling, but it's so delicious. I've only had like a couple of mouthfuls. I'm actually kind of lucky at the moment with some. Avocados are so cheap in Australia. I'm definitely only going to be able to eat half of that. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it took me a couple of days to finish making that, so I thought I'd just quickly, when I started the stream, show it off. Yeah. One of my favorite D&D parody shows at the moment is One for All by Deerstalker Pictures. They did like a parody, and it's currently getting to about, god, starts off there. A stealthy approach, and you meet in a tavern. All the murder hobos and everything. It's like a live action. What if you roll 1 on everything? Made in Australia too. They've really exploded recently. So what am I doing today? I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV. Finally. I've basically unsubbed from WoW. I suppose I still got my character in it, but with the way that they've changed the game recently, it's really killed it. Like if you want to raid, all your raid progression should come from raids, I think. And maybe some quests revolving around getting gear for raids, but like Warlords of Draenor was probably a perfect example for it. That was a perfect raid expansion because you basically yep. Even what you only had one legendary, not like a million of them. That was specialized depending if you're a tank, healer, or DPS. And getting it was fairly straightforward. You only needed to grind for a couple of weeks. And accessing raids and new areas where new raids were would take you like another week or two. And then, of course, they started screwing things up in Legion, where it made it so you had to basically have no life to play the game whatsoever. I suppose there's nothing wrong with that if you only play one game if you don't work. But like raiding commitments in WoW are already huge. Okay, so backstory for the Dampier. I've been thinking of a couple of different ideas. Definitely not Born one. The backstory is basically Dark Elf. I haven't really fleshed it out massively yet, but more or less like thinking like the Dark Elf that probably participating on raids on the surface or whatever, gets captured, gets imprisoned, and essentially from there, that's the part where I haven't really thought much about it. It's more like say like raiding villages and all that sort of stuff, gets imprisoned, and then more or less like being preyed upon while in prison or whatever by a vampire god, or perhaps the prison gets broken open by an attack on the village or town or whatever by like a vampire attacking, gets wounded in the process, bitten, and rather than actually having like a full on like transformation, manages to prevent like the full transformation, but not like talking like Blade, like Born half vamp or whatever. But yeah, I haven't thought about it that much yet. I'd have to sit down and go through all the lore and try and find a way to make it the story fit. But it's interesting in how the way that they've done the way you can create the Dampier class is that you don't actually, like, you got a lot of different options to choose. Which I think is sweet because like vampires are supposed to be incredibly overpowered. That's why nobody can ever play as them. And I think it's great that Dampiers allow like people to play with like a relatively balanced set of skills and abilities. But what I've been trying to figure out is how I'm gonna go about not having like a lawful evil character and more of a chaotic neutral character. So definitely chaotic neutral. I'm trying to think of how a Dark Elf ends up like that, because typically all Dark Elves worship the Spider Goddess. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That would be fun. Chaotic Evil's like straight up tannery. So mm. Yeah, because I'm uh thinking. So like between you, like chaotic neutrals are like a Morty, the skull from Planescape Torment. So um random actions, not particularly swinging to one alignment or another. Um, more of a uh, maybe not so much of a do whatever you want character, but like one that just generally doesn't give a fuck. So it's like, ooh, nice sword, stab. And then at the next day, it could be, oh, nice armor. Do you want a sword? Okay, so what was it doing here? Okay, so I gotta find the books. It's supposed to be here, but I can't see a cave or anything. But yeah, with everything going on in real life, I haven't really had much time to sit down and do some decent like lore. Definitely will get around to it though. New job's fun. God. It's so outside my experience. Oh my god, so I just got a report though. That's really easy. I can't believe. Yeah, kind of like a mix of both. So definitely like solving problems outside the box. Less go kill stuff, more figuring out crazy shit. So like say you need to get inside a building or something like that. You know, you could like spider walk up the wall and go in through a window. And because it's got the Gloomstalker, is it Gloom? I'm forgetting the names of the things now. Is it Gloomstalker? Because it's Gloomstalker, it's like when you're in the dark, you're completely invisible. But there's also any form of light really. So nighttime good. Any near a torch, dark inside a room, not dark outside the room, stuff like that. And thinking of the different ways you could do it. So like rather than going in through like a building that's got like a lit entrance or something, I might just run up the wall and go through a window. You know. Okay, so I have already been here. Okay. I'm guessing. It's one funny thing about Final Fantasy XIV is that the quests don't hold your hand as much when you're trying to find something. I don't even know who I'm supposed to report to here. So basically, it's a lot more for roleplay purposes than combat purposes. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how to complete this. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I actually need to initiate it. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Is he Githyanki or Githzerai? So like Githyanki are the they're both from Limbo. Githzerai are more like um they essentially Githyanki are kind of like the like raiders and stuff like that. Gifford, that. Hmm. I actually don't know what that one is. I need to find a way to search on Google without it showing my list. I'm perpetually worried about something coming up in my links. Back in one sec. Okay, so you've got Verdan. They're basically like fifth race, fifth edition, and Githveric maybe. I got a huge history with the mind flayers. Basically, like they were completely enslaved. And they're the two main ones that I know. I don't really know anything about the other ones. There we go. So basically pillagers and raiders. And then you got the Githzerai, who kind of more like the like a bit of a civil war between them and the Githyanki. So they're more like the lawful neutral, whereas the Githyanki are the chaotic lawful evil. Hmm. pop that one back up. Oh god, I'm full. I'm gonna eat a little bit more and chuck this in the fridge, then I'll be right back. I am kind of brain dead today. Okay. You know what they say about food comas? Neither do I. I do know that getting some sugar into my system will help immensely though. Been so tired recently. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna grab one of those. One of those. Yeah. I'm just pooped. Like, I've had to learn so much over the past couple of days. Like, week, anyway. Haven't even been getting on the computer, really. I've noticed I've been, like, procrastinating a lot. Like, just not doing anything when I get home. Just sitting there watching YouTube or whatever rather than playing games or streaming or. All right. Okay. The rotation on this is kind of fun. Basically, you've got like your fire spells and your frost spells, and you got different ways to like move between them. You got stacks of attack damage that you can generate. Got mana bar. Basically, black mage. So it's very similar to playing an arcade mage, except for it's got like mixed in a little bit like warlock and arcade mage, warlock, and maybe frost mage. Just trying to think of the flavor of it. Yeah, arcane frost. And I suppose like it's like all three classes of mage in WoW wrapped together into the one. Plus you've got dots, which I'm not used to having dots, but you don't have many dots. And damage over time abilities. Easy peasy. And one of the refreshing things is that single player isn't really that challenging. It's just the raids and dungeons that at a late game will be. So it's easy to play and talk and everything at the same time. Way easier. As I'm leveling up and getting new abilities and everything. So it's not even really my final rotation yet. Okay. And you don't need to complete all the quest content. You can come back and do that later. It scales you up and down. We can let it scale you up and down, which is pretty cool. So if you want to travel somewhere, like I'm all the way down here at the moment, want to travel up there? Bam, done. And you teleport to areas that you've already been to. It's like every class is basically a mage. Pretty sure I should have a mount by now, but I don't know how to get it. There is a porter there though. So I should be able to just jump on a chocobo. I'm guessing that the chocobo is upstairs. Yep, there we go. I'm pretty sure you can get a mount that you can ride anywhere. Yeah. And you can get off the mount anywhere. I'm high level, so these guys will, well, higher level, so they'll ignore me as I run through. Oh, don't get me started on level scaling in WoW. Like every mob being level scaled. Oh my god. Considering that this content was made like 10 years ago. Oh, okay. Oh, I know why. I muted it. Sorry about that. It's nothing special at the start again. There's not as much voice acting. That's probably one thing that like kind of sucks. Your abilities and stuff don't really make that much noise. That can be both a bad and good thing. And the only ones that are voiced are like important quests, events, and but that said, the newer expansions for this, which are level 60 and onwards, so 60 to 70, 78, or is it 50 to 70? They've got a lot more dialogue. Their graphics are completely updated. But if you've played any Final Fantasy before, it's got a similar sort of feel. It is a JRPG. Scale down. Just basically murdering my rotation. Okay. Yeah, that is strange. Getting there. I'm not sure. Yeah, so if it's censoring anything, probably shouldn't be. I haven't got used to like the visual part of it yet, like fighting in groups and everything, because I'm used to pretty seriously tab targeting and click targeting, but the way that they do the name bars and everything, I don't know how to read it all yet. Okay. It does have a I'm pretty sure it's got the basic filter on it, because it'll allow you to swear, pretty sure. So it lets you do that. But I do have the actually I don't know. As far as I know, this chat's pretty unfiltered, so it might be getting caught by just like either. Well, it should be showing up on one. So like even if it shows up on Twitch or YouTube. So if you're posting it in, try posting it in Twitch. Because it goes through a bot before it appears in my chat, and it's not coming up in. It's not coming up in YouTube. So my bot will pick it up from the YouTube chat and then post it in here. That's how I get to see it. And if you're posting in Twitch, it does the same thing and then reposts it. Yeah. Yeah, Subnautica? Which I haven't played in too long. I think the reason why I haven't played Below Zero in a while is because I played for about 2 or 3 hours and I forgot to save. Oh, Duty Finder. We get to do a dungeon! It's a trial too. Okay. uh, there are airships in this game too, so whenever I use an airship, I'll have to thank it. Okay, now I feel a little bit better. I just haven't been eating well at all for months. Avocado I had before is probably the first vegetable I've had in over a month. Is avocado a vegetable? No, it's not. It's a fruit. mm. Been stressing out way too much with all the work and all that sort of crap. I had a fun Friday. I had like 2 different headsets on. I had like one on that ear and one on that ear. Boop. Well, I was able to see all your messages. It was just like, I don't know why it was picking up on one of them. If it was that, yeah, it's weird. At least the view count's up to 4 now. Yay! My 2 test view screens and your 2 screens. Be careful though, because it uses a shitload of bandwidth for your internet. Okay, that worked then. Yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. There's also a possibility that maybe one of the words that is getting used is like a flagged word in another language. But I'm pretty sure I don't have filters set up. I'll have to check my chat settings in YouTube later. I haven't checked or changed my chat settings in YouTube now for like, God, over 6 months. More like a year. Maybe YouTube's... Oh, YouTube's owned by Facebook now, isn't it? Or is it owned by Google? It's owned by Google? Google or Facebook? Can't remember. I don't see why Google would be blocking that. Yeah. Plus, it's been ages since I've played MMOs in general. So like, I'm still struggling with just doing rotations. It's been ages. It's got a pretty good waiting time considering it's old content. You can't even use the duty finder for old content in WoW, apart from Time Forged. If you're a DPS in there, you could be waiting anywhere like up to like 20 minutes for a queue to pop. Bingo. Yeah, you can if you want. Yeah. So my hours at work have changed. I'm doing like because I'm starting later in the day and finishing later in the day. And I'm a horrible morning person. I get up as late as I can before I actually have to go to work. So rather than finishing at like 3 PM, I'm now finishing at like 5. Pretty much. On the plus side, it does mean I can stay up a little bit later. First raid boss! That's one of the problems. I don't know the mechanics either, so this could be fun. An Ifrit cult. Miss how far you can zoom out. That's for sure. Guessing we're gonna crit. Phase. There it is. I'm very bad at it. Yay. Really something like that. Another crystal. I couldn't resist. I have chocolate glasses on. And Corn's like, the wrath of this woman pleases me. A dangerous condition to be in around a dampier. Red, red wings. You know, it's something strange is going on when the dampier suddenly has pies with tomato sauce when they don't have any tomatoes. Redefines the whole meaning of Red Bull. It gives you wings. Some rivers run high, some rivers run low. Cursed.
Now some rivers run high, some rivers run low. When her river runs red, then she's starting her flow. And it's called menstruation, and here's what it means to you. You will notice her bloomers are spotty at first. Stand back, her ovarian dam's gonna burst. So don't be afraid, it's a natural thing. Just wad up some cotton and hand her some string.
Oh, I didn't even get the... I didn't loot. Oh my god. Well, at least I'm spirit builded with some of my gear now. Control I think. It depends, I suppose, whether or not, like, whether or not they die. In that case, Slanesh would probably do better. It's corn they probably start eating up. Hey, new gear. Chocobo. Chocobo. Yep. Even worse are the girls that tell you that it's better for them. That's when you pick up those little packets and it's like... I can't go any deeper into that conversation. I'm pretty sure I'd be breaching all sorts of terms of service. That's alright. Women tend to get a little bit more horny, to put it bluntly. Some women. It's not always a it's not always a thing, but for some women it is. True story. When they're on the time of the month. I'll try one of these other sides, actually. It's actually a nice cider. I haven't tried it when it's actually room temperature before. Sometimes I drink it at room temperature, sometimes I drink it cold. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does heavily depend on the sort of like the person. It's not like it's not every person. Some are. SCPs. Yep, the IKEA store one. The IKEA store one where they get teleported into an alternate dimension and they can never leave IKEA. And like there's different communities living in different departments. And like it's kind of like a Minecraft seed in that the world never ends. As far as you go, it's just more IKEA departments. And the IKEA store workers are constantly trying to give you suggestions and help around the store, but they're actually like zombies attacking everyone. So the communities like live in like fortresses. Built out of items that they find around IKEA. Yep. Probably my favorite IKEA video is the annoying the girlfriend one. This is actually an Australian video too. 26 million views. I'd open that one, but I'm pretty sure he's got that one content ID. To give you an idea of what you're in
Hey
for.
Dana, I've got you on my radar. Hey Dana, do you think these pot plants are risk or not? Hey Dana, this clock looks pretty smick.
Oh.
Hmm. Hey, fire free. So now I've got to work that one into my rotation. Okay, so how am I going to do this? I suppose just put it there for now. Got mana ward, which I haven't even beaten. Yeah. I'll have to look that one up later. Do I have anything bound to F yet? I suppose I could make it F. Face target. Yeah, I definitely don't need face target. They actually reduced the height of my character as much as I could. It's like as tall as I could not make it. Yeah. Wouldn't that, like, that would drive the Mechanicus crazy. Lalafellow hilarious. Different grain companies. I wonder if there's a difference between them. Okay. I mean, lore-wise, as a black mage, I should choose the flame ones. Yeah. There's that the way of flesh one or whatever it is. I can't remember what it. Like corrupts all flesh it touches. Uh, it's in like a Chernobyl type zone. I can't remember exactly what it's called. So I'm hoping they're going to send me to talk with H later first. I'm back in 1 sec. And back. Yeah. You got that fire, the Firewatch one as well, where it's like just a Firewatch like randomly in the wilderness, and it's got like a hatch on the top of it that opens up into the exact same room. But like the further you go up, the worse it gets. And up top there's like shapeshifters and stuff. I'm guessing probably Maelstrom. Maybe Adders. The base looks cool, but it's got yellow all over it. I'm sure I'm going to learn about all of them in time anyway, so I'll just get back into the game. I didn't mean the SPs, I meant the grand companies when I said that. Though it is, it's kind of fun, like, when you're looking at all the different, types. You know, like, I did read a lot of them. Okay. So time for a little bit of travel. Okay. See if I can remember how to actually get around. I mean, I don't mind if you take names from Warhammer. I'm sure I've got to go up here. Yeah.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanama herself!
And Roban as well.
Oh god, here comes the voice acting. At least they don't all sound like
Hark you, souls of
God, I can't
flame,
remember his name.
drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
I hate like a lot of games that in Japan, like
Where
they
since
use the same voice
antiquity,
actors for
under the
everything.
sage and judicious rule of the Ur dynasty, we have brought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's
Poor
standard.
potatoes.
Note the sigil. The golden scales of order bound.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has in Eorzea's darkest hour. On the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
That's alright.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice. Look around you. What do you see? Where are the merciful?
Skip.
I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its
The
natural
train.
wealth.
Yeah, I get it.
We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Uldar stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers,
She's a bit of a
but
sultana,
those of the
isn't she?
immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Uldar, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so... Ya for Uldar!
Together we are one.
Your Grace.
Rauban?
The other funny thing is the disproportionate amount of Lalafell.
People
are black
of
mages.
Uldar,
They're
I,
like the
Nanamal,
ablest race.
17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Uldar. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Uldar, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamal!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn!
Okay, so that's the flames.
Forsooth!
The time is now!
If you'll permit me, and my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
Oh. That just reminded me of something. Alright, back. So that's another thing. A massive faction in Planescape, in Torment, Planescape Torment, one of the guilds that you can join is the Sensates, or the Society of Sensation. Basically, one of the most well-known is Sigils 15, blah 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 blah. While the importance of experience and understanding what a verse is greatly emphasized, less well presented is the subtleties of what precisely the sensates believe. Information given third or even second hand is flawed every time the piece of knowledge passes from person to person. Something is twisted, distorted, even if untended. When an event is recorded objectively, much must be left out. No recounting is truly objective nor truly comprehensive. Blah, 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 blah. It is only by seeing, feeling, experiencing for oneself that one can truly gain understanding. And the more one understands the individual, the more one understands the big picture, the clearer a view one has on the true inner workings of the multiverse. Okay, so basically, the Society of Sensates are like if I was to probably have some lore around it, the Drow thing, I forgot about this. One of the reasons why they've basically left the worship of Lolth, the spider goddess or whatever it is because they're a sensei, and which is really cool. Basically, they experience everything that they can in any way that they can, and their religion's basically about it. It's experiencing everything. It's really cool. So one can take their memories and put them in like a crystal, and another person can grab that crystal and experience the memories that are within it. So like that's one huge thing that the association does. They have like a library of like gathered. Yeah, it's very much like Slanesh, except for without all the. Well, I suppose it could have that indeed as part of it as well. So it's one of those things that sounds kind of good, but at the same time, it's like all experience everything includes murder, you know, pleasures of the flesh, all that lovely stuff, and yeah, it's like my favorite guild in D&D. So it's more like Planescape thing, but still. So like the only responsibility is just regularly seeking out new experiences. But members are, however, asked to contribute their knowledge through more than just sensoriums where possible. Members are encouraged to hold the occasional public seminar on some topic of their choosing, or if like an artistic bent, to allow presentation of their works, blah blah blah. And contrary to popular belief, there is no far less motherfucking. No requirement that a member of the sensei be open to all experiences. On the contrary, many specialize in some category or another. Nor are they required to never repeat an experience. Another requirement is that any such specialties not be too limited and not focused repeating some specific experience again and again, which is an addiction that many of the sensei mindset seem prone to fall into. Now see how this might work with a damp here? Right? But yeah. Some real good lore there. Okay, so that's the flames. Let's go check out. Yeah, we'll do Grid Army next. Though I know I'm probably going to end up choosing my own Windsor. So like to continue maybe with the lore of the creation of a character, it could be like was captured like by some humies or whatever on a raid, imprisoned. Vampire raids the city or town or whatever, breaks open the prison, basically sneaks in, starts feeding them everything. Dude gets bitten and manages to get away. It's like running away. probably starts changing and all that sort of stuff, and decides to seek out as many experiences as possible to try and learn more about probably themselves and the world above the Underdark, maybe. Spider monkey. Yeah. Yeah, being a Gloomstalker is one way to gain a lot of experiences that are darker in nature. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. It's just a carpenter. I don't want to be a carpenter. So, isn't there another quest here somewhere that was like a level 34? Oh, 29. Okay. Oh my god, I'm playing the game too fast. Do that one first. Basically, the types of quests which might be useful to unlock like new abilities and stuff, they got a different icon. And you kind of want to do as many of them as possible as soon as you get them. Oh dear.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 seed seers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body. Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood, fearful of the Green Wrath. They hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seed Seer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Yule and Ellison. An elegant symbol.
Did he
In
find an
accordance
avocado?
with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was
One of the
we
reasons
who
why I stopped
prepared the
playing WoW
ground for the
was because,
reformation of the
in
Eorzean
Shadowlands,
Alliance, that all the
they made
peoples of this
abilities
realm
that
might
you got
stand
from the different
united
factions,
against
4
the
different
common
factions
threat.
that you can join. And basically,
"5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano.
I've never been one for all like the goody two-shoes elf stuff. So like woods and
It
all
would
that sort of
prove the bloodiest
thing.
battle
In real
recent
life,
memory.
surprisingly,
Countless
kind of
Gridanian
like that, I
lives were
suppose.
lost.
They're,
As
like, not in a
Supreme
video.
Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder,
and I couldn't choose
Evers-
the faction that I wanted to join
alas,
because doing so would their abilities aren't as useful for my class that I
the
was playing.
scars borne by driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness,
So it seems pretty cool that
resorting
you
to
can
banditry,
kind of choose a faction
poaching,
in this without
and
having
other
to be
unconscionable deeds.
like locked into something that you don't really want to do because it's not going to affect gameplay.
To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable.
Yep.
So beleaguered from within
Except for the elf
and
that I picked for
without,
this one.
it is of little
it's
wonder
basically a
that
drow
our unity now falters.
underground.
Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the highways without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
Cat girls. Cat girls. But they have cat girls.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
That's probably people will join and be like, where are the
The
cat girls?
destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death
there a
to
cat girl
Eorzean
SCP?
and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about
Feeling it, yeah.
raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united.
If you get scratched, do you turn
Our
into one?
many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania.
Yeah.
We are gathered here to honor the fallen.
I have really weird dreams like
Let
that all
them
the
be
time too.
honored, not
Like I'll have
only
some
in
randomly
word and
weird fucked
thought,
up dream,
but through
and then like a
concerted
couple of years later,
action.
a game or a movie or something will come out that like was basically like part of that dream.
I bid you, join hands with me. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs.
For serenity, purity, and
For serenity,
nah, I'm
purity,
out.
we must think of the children.
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the
All
forest.
the elementals!
My kitty cat's mother was the cutest black cat that you might have ever seen. She was adorbs. I called her Shadow.
Fancy meeting you.
Okay. I watched what was it? God, I can't remember the movies I watched the other day. Yeah, kind of a little bit. Like I've seen stuff before it happens in dreams, and I usually have pretty good like recall from dreams as well. Like I'll have dreams, like I'll have a dream and like while I'm asleep, years will pass. Like legit. Like there are some dreams that I've had that would, in terms of consciousness, felt like they've lasted for maybe not years, but like definitely days, months, and like then you wake up and it's just like, what? All that shit happened in like one night? Yeah. But kittens are feeling it. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the Emperor would have had to get the genetic material for them from somewhere. Okay, so all the way up here. I gotta get down. Next. Flashbacks. I was trying to think of the last one that I had when I dreamed it. Like, it was about a month ago, I think. And, something that I saw was like, what? I've seen that before. Massive deja vu. And, but for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. When it comes to memory, it's like my memory's kind of screwed. I'd have to go through and like look at all the different movies I've watched recently and figure out which one it was. I skipped the levy quests for a moment because they're not incredibly useful. But yeah, I kind of reckon there's like a bit of a different world in this that, like, for some people, dreams are more real than others. And it's an easy way of putting it. It's almost like tapping into like a collective consciousness or something. And time works different. Pretty sure this is a dungeon I missed. Palace of the Dead. Okay. So random regenerated stuff. So that must be kind of like Torghast, kind of. It's probably where WoW got the idea for Torghast from. Yep, that was one. It's funny because it looks like it's there. Maybe we should read the quest text. Oh my god. I'm so blind. questing area. I'll go finish this quest first. Now... Oh, I forgot to do something too. I forgot to thank the machine spirit of the planet. I better go back and thank it. You can see how they're trying to build up like that whole like Alpha Legion actually having been undercover all along thing, compared to the Dark Angels who are like presumed to be heretics but aren't. If I remember right, something like that. Can't remember. Like the machine spirit. It's Twitch button. So it seems to be working. Thank the machine spirit. Mm-hmm. Blessed be the toaster. That airship had the best toaster I've ever seen. Yeah. Aren't the Dark Angels, they're the no, fuck it. I'm just gonna look up the law. That's it. I might be getting confused with something else. I knew I was getting confused with something else. Yeah, the Sacred part. And the part that I was referring to was ah, that's what. Yeah, I was getting confuzzled with the Fallen Angels. Is it the Fallen Angels? Yeah, that's it. That part there. Betrayal. Darkest Shame. In other words, it's a bit of a secret. But the extra part of the lore there is there's some lore about like the Fallen Angels still actually not like being chaos. So like they're considered heretics, but they're not chaos. Or something. Yeah, chaos got scattered with its forces. Cypher. Yeah. So Cypher keeps on turning up all over the place. Oh, there we go. They seem to be like fairly weird. Yeah. So a couple of them have fallen to chaos, but it says nothing about them all. And say, like, they don't make use of any demons. Their weapons are basically the same as the standard. And basically all they're trying to do is avoid getting killed. Because they got scattered through the warp, I mean, some of them are obviously chaos. But... like out of all the ones which are supposedly chaos, they're kind of like the least. Captured. Anyway, one day I'll have to go for another dive through that lore. Yeah, I always giggle when I see that too. They're all looking for the Daemonette photos.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Arr! I see a catgirl. I see two catgirls.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. 700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this
So this is
fertile
like
bay.
basically the faction for everyone who doesn't want to be a tree hugger or a order-loving goody two-shoes.
In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans,
Yes, another
Limsa
switch.
Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village
It's the last
to
one.
uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Gallian Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners. And together, we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Carteneau. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage. Yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls...
Apart from the whole scene part.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom, much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we... Yet there are those who would see the Sahagin creep ashore,
Those fishback
The Sahagin
bastards.
have risen?
while the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands. These savage beast tribes will be the first wave. And behind them swells the great. Even now, the curs fly their flags within. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet how can we hope to repel our many and... There is but one course, one bearing that will bring us victory
how
over the beast
strategically
hordes
placed the
and the
text is.
Empire both. And see this ship, we must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and with the guidance of the
Long live the Admiral! Remove him!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass? I'll follow ye to the 7 hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
Ah. Still one of my favorite like parody videos is the furry sequence with I think you probably know the one that I'm talking about in Space Marines versus Furries. The ending of one of them, "Avenge me, brother! Avenge me!" And then it's like, They literally worship Slash. They murder fuck a Space Marine to death. And like the look of fear on the Space Marine's face, on his mask, on his helmet. Avenge me! About to go someplace that no Space Marine has gone before. Hey, thanks. Headbutting the red button roundabout now. I hope you've seen these. If you haven't, they're real good.
Avenge me, brother! Avenge me, brother! Brother, avenge me!
Still gold. Okay, so where do we go from now with that quest? Go back to the Waking Sands. Oh my god, how many people are here? Still don't know exactly how to get to places. Oh, man. I'm lost. I think it's in that building. That building. That one. I might just use that right. Jump. Ah, there we go. Yep. So that's there. And I want to go in here. Probably should have checked. Yeah, I've seen it, I think. Then you've also got the pretty marines. And the angry marines. Like the machine spirit on this massive vehicle. They've probably gone to the wrong place, haven't they? Yeah, wrong place. I'll have to rewatch it again. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. It's just that it's lost. No. Yeah, I don't know. It's got me curious now. Yeah. Oh, a few people into it. Yeah. Seems like a good little take on the different poses. It's like, what do they really think? Oh my god, that is one fat cat. Maybe. Imagine if it passed gas. I should whisper them and say, are you ever worried about if it's wind? Yay, hit 100.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep.
Maybe, possibly.
The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
It's on.
The
Phone's finished
so-called
charging.
remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies.
It's so weird having a phone that we can recharge wirelessly.
As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral Era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No,
Yeah.
dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I need to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
It's starting to get a little bit chilly now.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Alright, storm it is. Oh, God. Also, there's like a teleport list as well, you don't have to just select one. Huh. Red Sanguinus. I've noticed you mentioning that a couple of times. I know what Sanguine is and Sanguinus. And then you got Sanguinius, who's like a Warhammer 40k. Isn't he? I think. I always thought it was an interesting name. And Warhammer 40k lore is always a little bit interesting in that respect. That was towards the end of the heresy, wasn't it? On board the ship, if I remember right. Makes you wonder where the Emperor got the genes for the for that particular mutation. Thank you for the trip. Of course I had to pick the place that's the hardest to memorize how to get round. Ugh. True story, you can't die from jumping off things. Gotta go that way. Unless you're in a raid or a dungeon. Yeah. Well, the mutation to gain knowledge from eating flesh. That's actually one I've always found to be less grounded, and especially like the blood rituals and stuff that the blood angels have in their successor chapters. Because it's one of those. I mean, you've got the Emperor with all the psychic abilities and stuff. And you've got psychic abilities in general, but like, where does this ability to gain knowledge from consuming the flesh of something come from? It's not really explained anywhere. One of the implants, and basically the like different blood rituals and stuff that I have. And then you've got like the, for instance, the wolves, space wolves and such. And, you know, they're basically more like canine. You know, like the blood angels and stuff are basically like they would have got the Emperor probably got the genetic like material from vamps or something. And like when it comes to like the frost wolves probably got the genetic material from like a werewolf or something. Whoa, that's a long way away. Yeah. Yeah, it's just asking to get hit by a giant rock. Well, time to do a bit of exploring. How am I going? What time is it? It's only 8:30 PM. Oh my god. It's like, that's right, it's Saturday. jellyfish. What do they have in common? That's another interesting thing. It's like kind of like Chaos has been around on Terra for a lot longer than people believe. Like all the basic mutations, like how the Emperor created his super soldiers. Yeah, lol. Yep, they both have dogs. How the Emperor created his super soldiers was basically taking genetic material from people who were corrupted. And then they slowly regress over time. I suppose that's the view, that like the whole thing that if corruption is basically caused by chaos to begin with. Unless you're a Primarch, yeah. I'll be right back, just gonna quickly duck to the toilet. So I'm playing catch up on the main campaign quests at the moment, because at the moment I greatly outleveled them. A random bin chicken appears. Oh god, imagine the heresy of a Goloman versus Urvain. Intermingling of the species of human and older. I do know that in the lore somewhere it does say something about how that was intentional, how they cannot breed. Yeah. So like a Primaris, but this could also be like a just as planned thing with the Primaris. Like an Emperor just as planned thing, not a Zench just as planned thing. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if he was completely behind it all. Because, I mean, otherwise, Archimagos Call would have been killed ages and ages and ages ago. As a heretic. He gets away with a hell of a lot. He was given permission to do it by, one of the... can't remember. Malcador? Yeah, it could be. But if you also go into like the whole they cannot breed thing, it could also just simply be because the amount of like genetic engineering and stuff that's gone into virtually making them a separate species. So you take a in real life, this happens with for instance, mules. You can breed a horse with a donkey, and you get an animal called a mule. But the mule is sterile and cannot breed other donkeys, mules, or horses. Best DM. When you say DM, do you mean like a D&D DM, or...? To be honest, for the most part, I think G-Dubs has done a decent job with the lore. If there was someone that could, like, yeah. Ah, God. Let me think. I'm just gonna pause the cutscenes for a minute because as soon as I click through it, I'll probably go and do a battle. I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know enough DMs or GMs. It's such an old IP. Oh, I get what you mean. Ah, sorry, I get it. For lols, Eldred. Eldred or Traich, the Necron Tomb King dude, crazy one. But I suppose if at the same time, oh God, who else? It'll be There's just been so many circumstances where Trazen just turns around. Yeah, there's been so many circumstances where Trazen just turns around to humans and straight up just looks them in the eyes and goes, you know, I'm not actually crazy, this is all an act. Yeah, because he's got the whole zoo, basically. And you'd never know if he's about to like do something completely crazy, or like if he was just like about to make a cup of coffee. Random. Pardon me. Okay, battle. I put on my serious face. My wizard robe and my wizard hat. Yeah. So not used to tab target enemies. So that button and then that button. So we should take out the archers first. Oh, that's right. In this, it's actually better if you use the bar on the side of the target. Sometimes. Just like fully transformed it. Sure. Yeah, like, fuck, imagine what he'd do with it. He'd probably give it to the Eldar, just to fuck with the Imperials. After making another SDC from the SDC. And he'd be the only one who knows how to do it. And they still haven't really done... Like, we all know the Void Dragon, right, is basically like the Catan or whatever that was imprisoned by the God Amp. And the Necrons would have a beef with that, surely. Like, they'd... Like what if Trazen had like a fully intact STC? He could turn around and say, yeah, give us the Void Dragon, and we'll give you the STC. And then the Mechanicus would go fucking nuts. Because it'd probably end up being that something along the lines that like all the technology and stuff that the Mechanicus have is stuff that was taught to them by the Void Dragon. And if they give over the Void Dragon, they can't use any of their tech anymore. You know? Oh god, his name's Wedge. It's a dodo! Lies, it's a bin chicken. Bin chickens are like an Australian bird. Yeah. Because like like theory crafting wise, it matches everything. The Necrons want revenge on the Katana, and like because the Katana are the ones who originally made their bodies like that, and maybe like they're looking for all the Katana so that they can go back to having their actual bodies, and maybe they can't do that unless they have all of the shards. You know. And you know the Mechanicus with the Void Dragon, like there's some technology that the Imperials have that really isn't explained, and that like it's different types of technology than what they had in the Dark Age technology. And yeah, like when it comes to basically like STCs and stuff, like the Imperials really fucking want it. They'll do anything for one. You know, having a fully intact STC would basically save them all from the Tyranids as well. And the only people who could really use it properly would be like the Imperials. And but I wouldn't put it past Trajan to like make a copy of it. Like in a random spurt of madness, he does it without even knowing what he's actually doing. It's like, oh shit, I got an STC. But there's also the random theories that each advanced a machine spirit in some of the older flagships. This one's unconfirmed, right? This is just like rumor. But there's a couple of ships that have turned around and Armageddon class Lance. The ones which have Lance Overload in Apocalypse class. Is it Apocalypse class? Hold on. There was an Apocalypse class that went rogue. Like it didn't go rogue. It basically started targeting and attacking enemies by itself, and the captain was having like a full-on conversation with it. And it wouldn't surprise me if like the ships themselves, like some of the really old ones, I wouldn't be surprised if their actual like machine spirit was an STC call. It's a little bit too far-fetched for that one, but there's definitely more to the machine spirits than everything else that's being led on. Oh, like still working. Yes. Oh my god, I don't have any quests. What am I doing? Yeah, like along the same similar lines. And like the reason why they can't get a functioning STC is because it requires AI. Which they won't touch with a temple pot. Unless it's a machine spirit. Which they don't even understand what it is or how it works. I don't know about that Titan. That's a new one. That was one of the Psi Titans, wasn't it? Or was it one of the Emperor class? Oh, that you're cool, yeah. And another area that you could pull on for like that sort of thing. Yeah. I think I remember that one, yeah, like I remember reading about it anyway. At the same time I was reading about and this is what I was about to mention just before, there's one of the Men of Iron that's still walking around. Like there's just one left. Can't remember its name. It's basically a sentient machine. I don't swear, it's... Moshi Moshi. The Golden Throne. Emperor finally kills it. But yeah, STC. Yeah. Sword of Cain. Is there a Sword of Cain in 40k? I know there is an ordinary. Yay! I get a chocobo. Or the ethereal secret perfume stash. Okay, let's go back and check out this wiki scenes. Oh wait, I can teleport them. Just gonna pay for it. The whole Black Library. Leaving the Harlequin god just sitting there going, what? Actually, the laughing god would probably just start laughing. It would laugh itself into a coma. True that. Yeah? I mean, after all now, it seems like just anybody can get into the Black Library. Wait. A random pussycat appears. Hello. Oh, one quick cuddle. Okay, yeah. Hmm. Of course you are.
Now, having set aside the formalities, we have a favor to ask of you.
Okay, when it comes to like something being stolen from him, basically it'd be like his it'd be like a pitcher of like mushroom beer or something, and he'd like cross the entire universe to get that beer back. Like, oi! His skull, yeah.
Urianger, have the documents arrived from...
Aye, my lady. They arrived,
Oi,
but
that's
recently.
an insult.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gisselcreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Thought my headset was playing up a bit.
Offering
That's
us an
better.
invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast...
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained, until such time as we know. It would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal
Basically,
has
for
passed.
black mages in Final Fantasy XIV, the amount of power that a black mage has is directly corresponds with how covered their face is. So it's like the most powerful black mage ever.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda. who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible.
Yeah.
Words and actions can be misconstrued.
She just has a very
The only
good sense of
sure way
hearing.
to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the sylph's favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees.
I miss
Is
my
that
old
not so,
computer chair.
Minfilia?
It got that bad I had to
Indeed.
throw it out.
You are willing?
Leave it to me.
It was so comfortable. It was like an actual executive chair. It wasn't like a gaming chair or anything. It was like a full-blown actual, like, CEO type executive chair.
Us, Ida, us!
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that before when you said the body pillow. Thought, well, like, what else could they take? Yeah. The Farsight's are rumored to be the same Fire Warrior who was in the Fire Warrior game as well. Fire Warrior, the video game, which a lot of people say was crap, but for its time it was a pretty good game, and I love the heck out of it. Okay, so okay, so Adder's Nest and Gridania. Yeah, it's got a sense of humor. Absolutely. Although I hate how they bloody butchered the Necrons, because I absolutely loved the Necron lore in like 3rd edition. They've kind of made it a little bit better. Because like Necrons used to basically be just like Terminators, but I hate how they made like the whole Egyptian thing with it. I think that was taking it a little bit too far. But Tracer makes up for all of that. Yeah, that's pretty much. Better than Eldred. Eldred's basically the biggest dick in the universe. Wait, what if like every single time one of Eldred's like visions starts to become true, Trazen just steps in and like throws a spanner in the works every time for like a couple of 100 years and just sees how much he loses his shit. All taken from one unfortunate space marine who right now is still cursing my name. Yeah. The Astra Militarum dispatched an entire battle group of supply ships because all the mags keep on disappearing from this one planet. And then the entire supply fleet just disappears. And everybody in the supply fleet gets like transported to the planet. And they're like, what? How did we get here? Or like, and like, just starts like putting like gags in the magazines instead. So like the mag disappears, but the bolter realizes, oh wait a sec, somehow it's already in my gun. He goes to fire the bolter, and like it has like a little bang flag pop out the end of it, with Trazen's face on it going. That's it. I've had enough. Or like on a battlefield or whatever, like two opposing forces, like they arrive at the battlefield and they both start shooting each other, and like all of their weapons are firing flags that say bang and boom and everything on both sides. On both sides. And like they try to cut something and the knives aren't actually knives, they're made out of rubber. Yeah. That would be bad. We come in pieces. Yep. So I'm hoping there's the thing there to transport to. We'll teleport to, there should be something. Okay, so it's the Lance is good. Should be a crystal around this, huh? Still standing on the side. I don't have it unlocked. That's why I can't use it. Did you say that NPC's name was Dat-ass? It was an NPC, was a player. Yep. He'd give it back to him with a note saying, "Sorry mate, I had to borrow your hand for a minute," and like slightly used underneath it or something. "I'm sorry, Rogal. I had to borrow this hand for a minute. There was a rather inspiring show on our version of Netflix, and I needed it for about 2 minutes." P.S. Only slightly used. Yours truly, thank you very much. Trazen the Infinite. Oh, leave him a IU note. One hand about to be used in ways. Or it's missing all of the fingers except for the middle finger. Along with instructions on how to retrieve the missing fingers. First, gotta head into the warp. You'll find one in the Black Library. You'll find the other one on, I don't know, where would you find it? In the heart of a Tyranid High Fleet or something. And find one on the Chaos world of, like some Nurgle infested world in the middle of the Blight. Yeah, Slenish's Palace. Yeah. In the side drawer of a bedside cabinet, whenever of Slenish's bed or something. That's why. Sometimes I'm allergic to my cat, sometimes I'm not. Randomly makes my body start itching. Yeah. Whew. Yeah. Have we actually seen Trazen do a just as planned moment yet versus the Lords of Change? Like versus Zenched? Titsnitch? Titsnitch. I'm calling him Titsnitch from now on. It's like he steals oh god. Steals the book of Change. Is it the Book of Change? I can't remember, from Lorgar? Is it Lorgar? And like leaves it in the middle of Zench's palace or something, and then gives them a note on where to find it, and turning the Lords of Change's own minions against him. And then when they retrieve it from the palace or whatever, turning up and just going, just as planned. I don't know. I can't really think of a way. There'd be some way to do something snarky like that. Like, you'd have to, like, come up with something that Zench Tisnich knew exactly what was going to happen and counter-plotted it. But it turns out that it's actually Trazen who predicted what he was going to do all along, you know. Yeah, Bill. There's also that one of the Primarchs was supposed to have like an artifact that was linked to the Golden Throne. Can't remember what the name of it was. It was like open in the event of my death kind of artifact that he left behind. I'll just be right back. Yeah. Can't remember the name of the box. It was a fucking Vulcan or it was one of the or the Iron Hand. It was one of those two, I think. And they were forged the seals on where it's supposed to have this artifact that the Emperor basically gave to Malcador or something like that and said this is only to be opened if I'm dead. I can't remember what it's called. But one of the Primarchs was made the seals for it. Yeah, I think the specific instructions the Emperor gave was only in the direst of circumstances should this ever be opened. And like Trazen just steals it. I'm pretty sure it probably have something like instructions on how to make Space Marines or something in it. Or like, it could even be an STC. Could be anything. Or it could be a letter from the Emperor saying, "Oh well, it's been a good run, chaps. Without me, you're all fucked. Sorry, bye." Yeah, so it's already been... Yeah, there's nothing in here. Treason! Yeah. Like a little an IOU note. One secret mystery IOU. Or a Jack-in-the-Box with Trazen's likeness as the head. And fake snakes. And meanwhile, the trickster god's just sitting there going, one-upping the trickster god. Will do. Yep. Yeah, I'll jump in there eventually. Hope you have fun. Whew, and get back to playing WoW. No, it's not WoW. Final Fantasy. Fuck. Got some lemon cheesecake in the freezer. I might attack that soon. I would if it wasn't cold. Whoa. Have a cool one, mate. Now we're getting somewhere. Damn, that's a big bug. Oh my god, it's like a walking Venus flytrap. What the fuck? So that's a sylph. Oh god, really? Dance? It's so ridiculous. Insufficiently jiggy. What? Oh god, I have to do this with each one! I wonder if I'm dancing here though. Like, why couldn't I spot it in here before, but I could find it when I searched it? Oh, there it is. Guessing just slash dance works. Yeah, cool. Seems to change if you start casting just I don't know if that's because it's pre-casting as well. It's like a little rollover. Because someone has to stand like literally on top of it. Okay, it's still clicking. Stop clicking! Inside it. Ugh. If there's sylphs, I hope that there's dryads. What are we doing this time? Oops. I didn't actually want to skip it, but okay. I just wanted to find a way to press space to reply instead of using my mouse. Maybe it's enter. Actually, we're gonna cast that. I'm starting to press buttons with dots that I use on my Warlock. And I haven't even played it in over 6 months. It basically uses lava fill animation. And you can tell the Lalafell and the sylphs are related. When's a cabbage, when's a potato? Potato, cabbage. Stop all the run. Okay. see which parts of my gear are currently leveled up. So bracelets and a necklace. I might just switch to that one so I can start leveling another one. I haven't been there yet. South Shroud. Ooh, it's all the way south. Should probably think about getting my chocobos. Oh, hi. Thanks. I hardly even knew someone was here. Honestly, I didn't because my viewers aren't being shown at the moment. It's only showing my two other windows that are open to make sure the stream's up. Flying up. Whoa. Looks like a happy camper. Tracking down the older. chicken egg. My type of bartender. Things have become too politically correct in bars. It's like, I remember when I used to go out when I was younger. I used to be just a little bit of a metalhead, to be honest. And I used to hang out in all sorts of like goth and like sort of like seedy bars and nightclubs and all that sort of stuff. And one of the things I noticed was you get basically as drunk as a bloody white, absolutely fucking wasted. Drink all night and stumble home. Never a fight, never any issues, no problems. As soon as I moved up to Queensland, oh my god. Like, you have like 4 beers in less than an hour. Oh, sorry, you've had too much to drink. I'm like, what? It's like, was I causing any trouble? No. Am I intoxicated? Yes. No, I reckon just purely being intoxicated isn't enough reason to kick someone out of the bar. But it's happened to me more than a few times up here. It's because the rules specifically state intoxication isn't allowed in a drinking establishment. Really? Coming from all the bars and nightclubs that I used to frequent, that's a bit of a stretch. I should have read that quest text a bit more precisely. It's all the way here? I haven't seen one of those before. Didn't even know what type of creature that is. Those were the most clear instructions ever. crafting. Into the mist. Huh? Okay then. Maybe not that way. Okay, gotta get the boat. Let's see if there's haven't been there yet either. Okay, it's miles away. Okay, going that way. Hey, I have been here. Hey! Random black mage appears. Never know, someone might want to buy it. Charcoal though. What makes you... I don't know in this game yet if you can break stuff down into the regions. Like break it down into the different types of dye. Oh, there's no swimming. Okay. Yeah, so that's a tidbit of information I didn't know before that I know now. There's no swing. I'll go over here because those look cool. Wow. It's like if a daddy longlegs player had a love affair with a crab. And a crocodile. Maybe an alligator. With the teeth. Guessing these are part of only coral pops. It's very specific. I don't think that's a pop. I'll give it a shot over there. What was that movie with alien invasion of Earth? And they were like co-eds. It's actually based on an old creature from a science fiction series from like the 50s. These guys, Philonids with tentacles. There was a movie recently that did that, but had a more like one of these crossed with an ant. White spikes. I can't remember what the movie was called. One of the justifications was for only sending like a couple of thousand soldiers at a time to the future was they had to be dead already in the future. When it's like there's only 500,000 people left alive on the planet, so like one of the odds you gotta be one of those people that's still alive. So just send a couple of 100,000 people. A couple of million. Not to mention, what's one of the things going to do to a tank? Like, seriously, one of those aliens could get into a tank or it would flip it. To western or northern? Oh. South Shroud. Oh, it's all the way back there. Okay. The spirits. Alrighty then. Starting to see more people now. It's... It's the little legs. Oh, I think we all know how it's called. Gear upgrade. So cool that this has a weather system too. Let's see how accurate it is. Whoa! Ha! Well, it'll be. That's attention to detail right there. Uh-oh. That's right. So look at the attention to detail there. Look at that. The rain doesn't come through the rock. And it's actually following the right direction. Like if I go over here, I'm under the rock. Right? If you wanted to be lazy, you could make it so that it, like what? Like, I've never seen that level of attention to detail on rain on a game this age. I want to see if it's actually painted on now. I want to see if they actually went through the effort of painting it. Because if it's physics, like if it's a physics thing, yeah, fine, I can understand that. But if it's not, trying to find trees where there's no rain underneath it. Not that you'll find that in real life anyway. Like say if you go under here. Okay. So they didn't get it perfectly. It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn close. Like look at that. I want to work out if it's like a physics interaction. So like, if there's like, would it do that on anywhere with a bridge? Like, would it do it under like temporary obstructions above you? Or like, does it? Because like, otherwise, the only other solution is that they've had to go in and like create like a rain map, and the rain map itself is actually a 3-dimensional vector, and they've gone along and drawn stop lines like at certain parts of the map. So like, when I say they painted, it means like they've taken the area and made like a top-down image of it, and then they've gone and painted it red where there shouldn't be any rain. And I don't even know if the rain changes directions or anything yet. If it's the method I'm talking about, probably doesn't change direction, it always follows the exact same angle and the same direction. Either way, that level of attention to detail is impressive. I'm gonna go there and up and grab crystal. Zebra deal. Huh. Zebra kudzu. Check your tail for the... Got here without sprint running out. Holy crap. Alright, now we just gotta wait a bit. Perfect opportunity to up smoke. Shuff a nail. This case of cider. These would be nice if they weren't. I suspect I'm suspecting. If they weren't backfilled, they're back sweetened. It's funny. It's made in Australia under supervision of Carlsberg by Asahi Premium Beverages. Just looking at all the different emotes, wondering what sorts of fun stuff I can do. It's it. I wonder if you can, like, when you do the emote, if you put a number after it, if it'll do the certain pose. No, it doesn't. There'd be a way to do it, I'm sure. It's like Sneeko, have a look at the other person. Gotcha! Just the wrong distance. I can see your ears. Alrighty then. Well, it's been nearly 10 minutes already. Okay. Looks like some fun. Button mashing. Ah. Explosion! Hey, cutscene.
Darkness.
El Cor, he dropped. Gone well wrong. Top. Mayhap I might if I did. I am Lahabra. Yours is a It is a tale to tell Eorzea's.
The Dark Minions.
All that stands between this Yes, alas, like all good.
Here, feel the presence of evil.
For the end of your tale is but the beginning of another. The tale of the crystal stomach.
Alright, finally. A chill little wind spray. Let's see if I got any room. I swear there was a way to equip the best loot possible automatically. wearing pink. God. Mm-hmm. Strange. Yes. Can you please change the color of my jacket? It matches your top. Yeah, God, we're all wearing matching tops. Probably think about getting that chocolate. Okay, so to get that, we need to find our guild hall. I think. How many seals am I going to do? Man, I could have got that straight away. Now, let's get our chocobo. So, isn't it? Karaage. Chocobo Bobo. No. Chocobo! Cool. Oh, that's good fun. On that note, now that I've got this little guy, I think I might end the stream. As always, thank you guys for watching. It's been a great night. Got a lot of stuff done. Yeah. Probably be on quite early tomorrow based on the time. I wouldn't mind going to bed. It's a rest. Nearly level 40. Adios.